I'd like to say good evening and welcome to the Columbus Municipal School District's Board of Trustees regular board meeting. Today is July 19th. It's approximately 6:05, and I would like to request a motion, first of all, to return from our recess meeting, which was held June 11th, 2022, to today, June 11th, 2022.
So moved.
The motion is made, excuse me. The motion is made by Mr. Sparks. I'll make the second. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Moving right along, this meeting is officially called to order for today, June 19th. I'm sorry, July 19th. Whoa, this year is gone. We do have a quorum with us this evening. We do have Dr. Cynthia Brown with us to my left, Mrs. Talisa Young, Mr. Fred Sparks to my right, Dr. Joe Shoemake to my right, and myself, Yvonne Cox. And I'm grateful for us to be here. If you would please bow your head with me for a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, maker and creator of all good and perfect things that come from above, dear Father, we pray with you today for all of us, Lord. We pray that you guide our words, our thoughts, our actions, and our deeds throughout this meeting, dear Father. Dear Father, we pray that you intervene with all decisions that are made, that our children, that we are truly here for what's best for our children as well as for our district. Dear Lord, we just pray that you open our minds and hearts so that our words, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Amen. You please stand with me for the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah. That's some personal calls going on and forgot to do my inhaler. Moving right along to our agenda. We're at item number 3, requesting a motion to adopt our agenda, policy BBB, policy BCBD.
So moved.
Requesting this, Dr. Shoemake?
Could I request at this point to pull one of the things from the consent agenda, or do I need a second to get it?
You could make a motion to amend the agenda. Has someone already who made the motion to approve? Sparks?
Mr.
Ms. Sparks?
And did someone second it?
Not yet.
Okay, then, Mr. Sparks, if you're willing to withdraw your motion, then she could make the motion to amend the agenda.
All right. Well, I'll withdraw the motion.
Mr. Sparks have withdrawn his motion.
Yes.
Dr. Shoemake?
Yeah, I'd like to, from the consent agenda, because I've got a couple of questions and I don't want to slow the consent agenda down. This would be 8A, number 11, which is the CMSD 22-23 dropout prevention plan. I had some questions about it, which I'm pretty sure can be easily answered, but since we have to sign off on it, I want to make sure I have a chance to ask them. So that's 8A, number 11, to move it toward the end, maybe after number 12.
Okay, let me look at it on this agenda.
And make it at number 12.
Oh, no, it would be number 13.
So AA 13.
8.
No.
Did you say 8?
8A, 11 is the item I would like to move.
Number 11. Oh,
And-
okay.
And then move it down to so it becomes number 13, and then bump everything from 13 one down. Does that make sense?
It becomes number 13?
Yeah, that's my,
Okay, I got it.
okay.
And that would be.
So that's my request, my motion.
Okay. Requesting a motion, no, she's made the motion, I'm sorry. Requesting a second. Second. Second is made by Mrs. Young. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, thanks.
Okay. Moving on, I see it.
So we need a motion to adopt the agenda now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now requesting a motion to adopt the agenda. The motion is made by Dr. Brown, requesting a second. Second. Second by Mrs. Young. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, Board of Education Policy BCBD. Requesting a motion to approve, consideration to approve the minutes, number 1 through 5. The motion is made by Mrs. Young.
Brown.
Dr. Brown, sorry. Y'all voices sound so much alike. Requesting a second.
Second?
Second by Dr. Shoemate. I do have discussion. Mr. Dunn, with item number 4, is listed as the strategic plan meeting, but this was just a regular board work session. We did not discuss the strategic plan on that day. So is it still listed as a strategic plan meeting?
I think, I'm sorry. You know, for clarity, I think it can be changed without, you're not amending the agenda, really, you're correcting
The
the
name of
agenda.
it.
So if Ms. Woodard will just correct that, because it wasn't a strategic plan meeting.
That was scheduled.
Yeah, I
But
don't
it
think
was
we have to,
just a regular board work session.
we just didn't catch that when we were reviewing the
Mhm.
minutes, my office. And so I think we can correct that without having to take action.
Okay, thank you.
So the actual title will be what?
CMSD board work session.
Okay. Was that a Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I remember.
Moving right along, the second has been made. Any other discussion? If no other discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Moving on to item number 5. We've already approved all of that. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Moving to item B, trustee district review. The trustee travel, we do not have any at this time. Number 2, discussion and consideration of our capital improvement plan for CMSD. Good evening, Mr. Little, how are you?
Good.
Doing fine.
How are you?
On the capital improvement, we've still got 3 that are outstanding. The JB construction at the high school, that's getting those storage buildings moved. Smart security, we got the module put in from C-Spire, but they're having trouble with a little part of it. So they've contacted with JC, and he's working with C-Spire on that to go ahead and finish that project off, see what the problem is with the module they put in. J. Morgan is at Franklin right now. They're replacing the rotten wood. They've got some of the gutters already completed. The roofing contractor has already lined the gutters and everything over there. There's still a significant amount of rotten wood to be replaced. So they're still working on that over there presently. As I turn this in, a little bit more has come up, so I think that's probably all that you have on your list, but I have a few more things. With everything that's going on in the world today, I've been looking around, and this is just a capital improvement, some extra things that I think we need to be looking at. Some of our schools do not have cameras, so I'm going to be getting prices on putting cameras inside and outside of the schools. Also looking at the key card entries to the schools, because keys can be duplicated, but key cards cannot. They come straight through the office sets it up, and you swipe the card, and it keeps a record of who is entering the building. So that's another thing I want to look at. Also, when you do the key cards, you have to change the locks to the school, so the keys would not work. Usually I get with the principal on that, and they let me know how many keys and who they want to have normal keys, and everybody else gets a key card that you slide through and it unlocks the door. We have that at several schools. I think Joe Cook, the middle school and the high school presently have it right now. We've got another project that we're going to be looking at. We've got some carpet in some areas in some schools that have gotten dirty over the years, and my suggestion is pull the carpet out and let's go back to putting tile down, because carpet is going to continuously get dirty in an elementary. So that's my suggestion on that. I've looked around at some of the playgrounds. We've got some older equipment on several playgrounds. I'm getting prices on replacing some of that equipment. And also, the last thing I have as far as capital improvements at Franklin is, once all the woodwork is completed, is having the entire outside of the building painted, bell tower all the way down. So that's what I have right now as far as capital improvements. Any questions?
Well, do you have any questions? Any questions? Dr. Shoemake, Mr. Sparks,
All right.
Dr. Brown, Ms. Young? Thank you very much.
All right.
Bless them. Moving right along to discussion for the Hunt Campus Recovery, review of expenditures and reimbursement payments and projects, Hunt's building transactions. I see Mr. Taylor Guild is here, and good evening. How are you, sir?
Have good news this evening.
Oh, I need that.
Good news. Working with a senior FEMA project manager who's been extremely helpful and doing everything he can to help us and move this thing along. What they've done, when they look at the cost, either FEMA can do the estimates or the applicant can. What they did initially was FEMA did those estimates, but FEMA did the estimates based on the insurance adjuster's estimates. They now have allowed us, or allow the applicant, which is us, to do the estimates. So I have completed very detailed estimates on the original two-story building, the original home economics building, and the original shop, the two-story annex building. Got those to FEMA beginning of last week. They reviewed them, had some comments, updated them, stamped them, signed them, and FEMA has accepted those estimates. With those estimates, it'll change, they'll change FEMA has a lot of acronyms and initials, what they call the DDD. I'm not really sure. The DDD, the disaster declaration, something. But they will update that and load it into the FEMA portal, and then Ms. Rogers next week should be able to review that with me and approve that. And once we approve that next week, we go back to FEMA. That'll have several steps to go through with FEMA. At the end of it, the money will be obligated. To give you a sort of example, based on the actual cost to date on the re-roofing project and the asbestos abatement and the bids we received last summer, for those three buildings, the original building, the two-story annex, and home ec, just the construction cost, no fees or extras, just the construction cost was $13.9 million. The estimates that I did and FEMA's accepted to date was $13.7 million. So we're already way above the game. And though that $13 million number, Ms. Scott, doesn't include the hazard mitigation, which is another $2.5 million, and does not include the cost to repair the Hunt Museum, which will be in addition to that. So things are moving forward, and it looks like I can see light at the end of the tunnel, looking toward the money being obligated to where we can award a contract and begin construction. But once the applicant, which is and Ms. Rogers reviews and approves the updated DDD, whatever that stands for, it goes to the CRT, whatever that stands for. But that's going to be, fortunately, because they have several different queues of FEMA that's got to move through and get approved. They have anything over $1 million goes through one queue, and anything over $5 million goes to another queue. So realistically, after we approve it, hopefully next week we approve the documents, it's going to be about 60 days, and the money will be obligated at that point. So at that point, we'll have the money obligated, and we can move forward with construction. So it is good news. I do see light at the end of the tunnel. FEMA has been really, have a senior project manager that is extremely helpful, very responsive, very seasoned FEMA project manager. And so we work well together. We see eye to eye. So he's on board to help us. So,
Oh, I know that's
so it's
a
good
relief.
news. So,
Can I ask one question?
oh, you
I
guys see as many as you
was
want,
smiling
Ms.
so on the inside that it sort of went over my head a little taste. What did you say about the Hunt Museum?
So it's really, if you can see it as three pots of money. The three buildings that were on the district's insurance policy was the original two-story building with the gym and the cafeteria, the two-story annex, and the home ec. So that was one pot of money, and that's what we're working on now. The other pot of money is the hazard mitigation, which is the upgrades for all the windows and some other mitigation items. But the third pot of money is the Hunt Museum, which was not underneath the insurance policy.
Yes, sir.
So that money had already been obligated because we didn't have to wait for the insurance policy to go through. But fortunately, so unfortunately, the money that was obligated was based on, so the insurance adjuster, when he did the estimates from the insurance company on the three buildings that were insured, to help FEMA out, he did an estimate on the Hunt Museum, is way low. So we'll have to, at some point, address that too. So we're taking, one step at a time. First step is get these three buildings. Next step is make sure the hazard mitigation money, what they've approved and what it costs, is close. It's very close. And then third will be to get that obligated money on the Hunt Museum where it needs to be. So.
Got it, understand. Well, do you all have any questions? No questions?
Yes, thank you.
It is good news.
It is good news, and we'll work on that. I'll be back
Can
here.
see the tree.
We're working on some of the projects with the Essa funding, Dr. Page and Holly and Dr. Chapman. I'll be back in August to update that, and we'll hopefully have some more updates on the Hunt Museum, Hunt
you.
School. But
Thank
it's
you so
good
much.
news. So.
It's truly a blessing. Thank you very much. Safe travels. Board, if you will, look at the document that's attached to the Hunt campus recovery concerning requesting of funds. I'm requesting a motion at this time to be made for approval to request $18,265.19 from Fund 3028 into Fund 1122 for interest earned on the account, and to transfer $23,220 from Fund 3028 into Fund 3027 for the June AP docket. Requesting a motion.
So moved.
The motion is made by Mrs. Young, requesting a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Shoup. Mr. Sparks? Thank you. Any discussion?
Which item is this? You did not give
Oh,
us
I'm
just the
sorry.
number.
It's
You-
item number 3. It's a part
B3.
of item number 3,
B3.
B3.
Okay,
Trustee District Review B3.
okay.
Sorry about that. Did I get a second? Okay, any discussion? No other discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Thank you. Moving right on. Item 4, contract renewal updates. Board of you reviewed the contractual renewal updates for this upcoming school year. Do you have any questions concerning these contractual renewals at this time? If no questions, concerns, we'll move on. This, oh boy. This is a FYI. The board will be attending the Southern Regional Leadership Conference in New Orleans, July 23rd through the 26th. For the ones of us who are traveling, we're hopeful that this will be an initiative to remember. Moving to item 6, FYI, new employees report. Board, do you have any questions concerning the new employees report? I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review it. Yes, sir.
I do have a concern with the number of vacancies that I'm seeing here. And we're what, 2-3 weeks outside of the school starting?
Wait a minute. I'm clicking on it.
How does that look as far as, you know, do we have any applicants that are coming on board, or where are we on this?
Is any of them recommended tonight that are on the vacancies?
She said no.
Ma'am? Okay. So if we were to look at the personnel items for tonight, we'll see where a lot of these vacancies are being replaced? Okay. Can you sort of elaborate on that a little bit, please?
She needs to come to the microphone because I can't hear her.
Oh, would you please come to the mic, ma'am?
Starting at the high school,
Mm-hmm.
the position of, let's see, the vacancy of principal, that's gonna remain the same. Assistant teacher for ISS, that will remain the same as well. Algebra 1, Algebra 2, geometry, Algebra 2 and 3, librarian, assistant principal will change tonight. Counselor will change tonight. ROTC will remain the same. Biology science will remain the same. Lead teacher will change tonight. Cafeteria worker will remain the same. That's all for the high school. Columbus Middle School, I'm still working with Ms. Gardner on updates for that. She's out at a conference, so we're working through emails. The math, science, 6th grade, science, 7th grade, custodian, cafeteria worker, SSO will remain the same. Union Success Academy, all will remain the same. Cook, teacher self-contained behavior interventionist, teacher visual arts, and the speech language therapist will all remain the same. Fairview, all will remain the same. And that's EL 3rd, EL 4th, math 4th, math 5th, SPED AT, librarian, nurse, SSO. Franklin, all will remain the same. And she's actually interviewing as well. So hopefully Thursday we'll have some change with that. Teacher kindergarten, AT kindergarten. AT is assistant teacher, I'm sorry. Assistant teacher 1st grade and 4th grade teacher. All will remain the same. Maintenance worker will remain the same. McKellar. Vocational co-op will change tonight. Engineering will remain the same. Sale, secretary, AT kindergarten will change tonight. Teacher, librarian, and teacher special education will remain the same. Stokes Beard, AT special education, cafeteria worker, 2nd grade teacher will remain the same. Bus drivers, transportations, all will remain the same.
All right, thank you very much.
I
You're
have a
welcome.
question. You
Okay,
go ahead,
they have
Dr. Brown.
questions, I'm sorry.
You sure? Okay, can you tell me on the personnel matters, what number the items are for? You stated the assistant principal, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, geometry, Algebra 2 and 3, and the lead teacher.
For the high school,
Mm-hmm.
those vacancies will remain the same tonight. There are no change to those. The counselor position, oh,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to confuse you. Earlier, you stated those would be filled tonight, but you're saying all of those are, so
Well-
at the high school, you mind going back telling us what's on personnel matters tonight?
all those at the high school will remain the same. The assistant principal and counselor, I may have mixed that up. We're trying to get that on Thursdays. But we do have recommendation for both of those positions.
Okay, so all of these positions at this time you're stating is they're vacant,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And I know this is, I'm specifically speaking of the high school because I'm a parent. I noticed in the handbook, the time had changed. I'm not sure, have they allowed or let the parents know that the time had changed for going back to school?
Thank you, because remember, we got to pick this up for you
Yes,
too.
with part of the registration, they have been passing out for this week, the new, bail schedule for, the upcoming year. They did have copies for those for parents when they come up. Also with, their open house, which will take place before school start, that also has information on it. I am gonna work with them to make sure they can get it out through a Falcon Blast or something to let them know when that takes place. It is in the handbook that is posted on the, district website of the new time. But again, we have some hard copies made to make sure for, when they come up for registration to pass those out, but sending out some type of blast for them as well is when I meet with the principals at the high school this week.
Okay, so the parents or the students haven't been notified and school starts in 2 weeks of the time change. Is that what we're saying? Because I registered online, so I didn't know it until I happened to be reading here. So I'm just asking, I don't know how parents are supposed to know or what's the communication.
But we'll get with the administrators, because Ms. Wilson and I will have to meet with the administrators, the assistant principals, to make sure that they can get that information out, and get it posted, as soon as possible.
Okay. Who are the administrators that's been approved so far that are at the high school?
At the high school, we have all new assistant administrators except for Mr. Trotter. Richard Trotter, he is the only returning administrator. We have Ms. Carrie White, who is one of the academic coaches. We
She's
also
an
have,
academic coach or,
well, she's assistant principal now.
Okay.
She has worked in the district.
okay.
We also have Mr. Darrell Jones, who will be the 11th grade administrator. And also going before tonight will be Ms. Danica Hardy, who will be the senior administrator.
Miss who?
Danica Hardy. Oh, Thursday.
Okay, so right now you say you have Miss Carrie White. What grade is she?
She is 9th grade.
Okay, in the 10th grade?
That is Mr. Richard Trotter.
Okay, and then,
He's not listed on here. Is he's coming Thursday?
He's already,
already-
assistant principal at the high school. All except Danica Hardy is the only one that has not been approved. She will be, going before the board on Thursday for approval. The other three are already, have already been approved to be administrators, so they're already working.
She's recommended for principal? Is that
Assistant
what you're-
principal,
Assistant principal?
Yes.
No principal?
not at the
recommendation
moment,
yet.
On
right, not at
Thursday.
the moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chapman, can you give me the 11th grade again?
Mr. Darrell Jones,
What grade does he cover?
11th.
he is
grade.
11th grade.
And today is Tuesday, so when we get the packet on the other, the lady for the recommendation.
Tomorrow.
Okay. So these are all new people, all except for Mr. Trotter, aren't they?
That's correct.
Okay. And the board has already approved Ms. White, Mr. Jones, and on Thursday, we will approve Ms. Harding.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, Ms. Evans. How are we posting our information for vacant positions? Because I noticed on some of the, like the MDE site, there was none, our information wasn't on there for principal. I don't know. So I'm just,
We have
How
it
we-
posted online on our website. We do not have it posted on MDEs. That is something I can look into.
Board, do you have any other questions concerning the new employee report?
So you will work on getting us posted on the MDE site so we can get some
Yes, ma'am.
great applicants?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my last question is, you have a lot of vacancies in the math area. how will we work to meet the needs of the students with that type of, with those type vacancies? Will they be filled by subs or?
Math, of course, math around the, nation is a difficult position to fill right now. Very limited math applicants. What we are planning, we have a meeting tomorrow with Elevate K-12, which we've met with them before in the past. And with Elevate K-12 is just an opportunity we'll provide a live teacher in front of them. That is something that Ms. Murray and Ms. Wilson and I will look at tomorrow after we meet with Elevate K-12, just to see if that's an option that we can look at. But we will have to look at providing a sub in the classroom that will support as far as making sure that there's an individual in the classroom with them. But as of right now, we're just trying to look at different ways that we can support them and provide them with a teacher in front of them. And right now, because we've met with Elevate K-12 before in the past, even though we have not gone with them, that is one area that we want to just reconsider this time because we have the number of math vacancies.
I may be off track. Mr. Dunn, pull me back if I go the wrong way.
Okay.
Straight the wrong way, but with those subjects that are required for graduation, math and English and history and science, and teachers of qualification in those subjects to teach. If I not make a mistake, Mississippi Department of Education allows a 5% provisional teacher in each school, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Percentage of teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm interested in knowing the percentage of provisional teachers that we have per school. And not tonight, but soon.
Okay. I'll work on that.
Thank you.
I think that's a good question, Dr. Brown. I think, that's a 30,000-foot question. It's not getting into trying to run their job.
Yes.
It's a good question. And I'm sure that they'll be happy to answer it.
Just want to make sure our children are well taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Question I have. Now, you're saying that the lead teacher position is still vacant. We haven't had any, I'm not getting into the lane, but I'm just trying to see, this position is still vacant.
Yes, ma'am. That will go before you guys on Thursday as well. It will be a change of assignment.
Lead teacher.
Board, do you have any other questions, concerns? Okay, I'd like to mention something, and I know we're talking about this and in reference to something that was requested back in March about employee turnover. And at that time, I believe you were just beginning in this position, and the board did support giving you an opportunity to get into your position and start working in whatever. But we are supposed to have this particular report in September. The superintendent asked us to give you until September to get this report to the board, and you were going to put it in supplementary items so that the board members will be able to see it.
Okay.
If you could do that, please, and as you're doing it, if you would please just attach to that the answer to what Dr. Brown is requesting, but she wants to know that before September, I'm sure. But I know, but we had agreed to give you until September to do this particular report. And if you can do that for the board, we'd really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, board, do you all have any other questions? Okay, we'll move on. Oh, okay, Ms. Young.
What have
sorry, do we have any current recruiting efforts for all the positions we have vacant right now? What type of recruiting efforts? I know you said it's listed on the website, but what type of recruiting efforts do we have or initiatives?
Right now, the principals, well, not right now, but the principals went out to some type of recruitment fair, I think at Mississippi State or something like that, back a couple of months ago. But as far as that and the website, that's all we have right now.
And I've detailed on the monthly report all the recruitment efforts from the National Board Certification to the supplemental pay for math and science teachers through our federal funds. So we have several initiatives to recruit teachers. However, 30% of the educators in the country have left the profession. It's finally caught up with us, and we're just dealing with trying to get people in the seat, but we're not the only ones. There's certain school districts in the state that are going to have the same issues, especially given our accountability the last 13 years.
But at the same time, you know, you being new in your position, please look into different areas of interest that you can initiate in order to bring in highly qualified teachers into the district.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
board would really appreciate that from you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And many people look at that MDE site, so that's a great
Yes,
area
they do.
to venture out into.
That's one of the main sites people go to when they're looking for like high school principalships, that type position.
Thank you all.
Also, Ms. Toya, I'll be working with you, but we also don't have a median household income that people can stay in homes within the city limits. That's a huge problem, that teachers can't find apartments, can't find homes, can't find a place to stay that are livable. So we've been trying to work with initiatives with that, with some local people to try to see if we can make that happen. It's not just us, it's the Columbus Air Force Base also, that people in that median income bracket really can't afford it, either very high or very low and nothing in between. That's a big issue.
Right. Board, do you all have any other questions or concerns at this time? If no other questions, thank you very, very much. We appreciate your patience and your candor. You've been a jewel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along to item number 7, FYI CMSD beginning of the school year activities. Okay, it's great to know that we have something to look at this year. Thank you all very much for pulling this together. Board, do you all have any comments or questions regarding the beginning of the school year activity chart? Dr. Schumate?
Yeah, it's sort of the same question that's been asked before on how the word gets out to the community so they know that there's something going on at 5:30 at Townsend and then at East Columbus Gym. How is the word getting out to the community?
Mary's going to have a report this month. She's going to explain that, but we've already started the advertising process. We just finished the planning.
Okay.
So she'll detail that.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, board, before we move on to the next item? Moving on to, oops. This is click. Moving on to item C, your goal updates, policy BA, the safety report. Do you have any questions, comments at this time, board? Look around. Moving on to item number 2, superintendent updates and reports. Dr. Labat.
Point this direction. Yeah, okay. Just want to get started. Wanted to thank my team, especially my two believers and assistant superintendents and the rest of the team for doing such a great job the last 2 weeks in my absence. You did a wonderful job. It's the first time I've been able to leave in peace and was able to do God's work. And I hope if I touched and changed a life where I was, that you know that you're a part of that because you allowed me to have some peace and rest and doing some work. So hats off to you and thank you for your hard work and commitment to students and to the Columbus Municipal School District. Thank you. Our mission, as stated in our strategic plan that was developed by the school board and the stakeholders, and then our vision statement, our board-driven and strategic plan that was initiated by the Board of Trustees with our five major points of drive. Develop data-driven decisions to increase student achievement and growth, or recruit and retain highly effective teachers and staff throughout the district. Innovate strategies to improve parental and community engagement, value fiscal prudence and transparency, and establish a safe environment for all students and staff. Under our develop data-driven decisions, increase student achievement and growth. These are some of the data information that we look at constantly to make better decisions for our students.
Dr. Labat, can you go back and blow that up just a little bit, if you don't mind?
It's the same one that y'all been getting every month.
I know, but it's so small.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Do y'all have a copy of that? Did we send that to y'all? Do y'all have it in front of y'all?
We got the email.
Okay, good. All right. Any questions on that? All right, a current report card. We did receive our map data, and we'll be updating this after the embargo is lifted. We get an update with that. All right, this is our current data. I review this every month with our math proficiency, our growth, our graduation rate, history proficiency, increase in science proficiency with our current data and benchmark data. Our upcoming data will be forthcoming. Our reading growth there, increase of district math growth, improved reading of the lower 25%, math, readiness, acceleration, and graduation rate. Are there any questions about that current data? The MAPS data will be forthcoming for the 2020.
That reading for the 25%, can you go back to that one time?
Which one? Reading
Keep
growth?
going. For the lower 25%.
Got it.
Right there. I think.
That's math.
No, that's math.
Math, reading.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
So is that down? It's not, it didn't go up, it went down? To
That's our
55 from
that's our
60?
ELS benchmark. We go from 2019, and then we go to ELS because they didn't do growth,
Okay,
and
where's
so it won't be current until we look at the 2022.
So it went down, okay.
No, it's just that was just our benchmark from March. That's not the current data, that's the benchmark assessment we took in March. That's where we were in March.
So this is a PowerPoint we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So what are we preparing for, school coming up, summer, I know summer programs, do we have any of that information?
Yeah, it's on here. I just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, so I'm saying information from the end of the program, like the number of students.
Yeah, it's in the, I'll get to that.
Okay.
For summer school, are you asking about?
Yeah, summer school.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. Okay. I'm gonna get to the summer school information. Okay, that's our third grade reading gate. and our final pass rate thus far. This number will change. We're still dealing with good cause, and a remainder of our students that are taking the assessment, the final number should be
What is that number? We can't see it.
74.7. All right.
Could you give me that number again? I'm sorry. I'm an old person. My ears are not working.
74.7.
74.
74.7, I'm sorry. Leaving my mask on. Our Summer Smart Academy was an acceleration program for kindergarten through high school. The team did a great job of planning engaging activities for our students as well as academic activities. At all grade levels, we have very small classes where you're finishing up sports camps. We did social and emotional learning and did some great field trips. And we worked on college and career readiness. We worked with the armed forces. They did college tours. We had 220 elementary students to participate, 50 middle school students, and 60 high school students to attend Summer Smart Academy. Is that the data you were looking for? This is the participation.
You go ahead. That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Is there any more information you'd like to know about the Summer Smart Academy?
Have y'all had a chance to, have y'all had a chance to sit down and talk about what went well, where next year?
We do that every year, and that's why it keeps continuing to be more and more engaging, more and more field trips. We did have COVID the last couple of years. The first year out, we did try to do one field trip, but now we're just getting better at recalibrating. But we evaluate everything we do and evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of everything, and then proceed forward.
What were some of the strengths?
I think some of the strengths were the hands-on activities, the engaging activity, social emotional. I think the Fun Fridays, allowing anybody to participate in that. If they didn't participate in summer school. I think the intensity of college and career readiness with the OWL Academy, college preparation, ACT, more details with that. Allowing them to have exploratory learning with coding, cooking, and things that are fun. I think that's an improvement. And so, we try to do anything to keep them enrolled. We know the summer slide, that 95% of our kids are out in the summer for 12 weeks, and that's tough. I know Mission Acceleration and all the other supplemental programs in the city. I wish I could get those numbers, to see how many other kids were in other activities. Sometimes it's hard to draw them back into school because they need a break because they've just assessed. And so I'm just hoping that those third parties, is the reason why we had our meeting at the beginning of the year, to kind of give parents those options, those third-party options on other activities in the community. So we just hope and pray that maybe another large percentage of our students went to YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, Mission Acceleration, and all the other wonderful programs in the community. Any other questions?
Yes. Based on the information that you just went over you stated that data was from March. What are we doing to prepare? What are we doing different to prepare for August 22 of the upcoming school year?
Yeah, we're going to get to that, talk about some of the professional development that we're doing. But as we get our data, we continue to recalibrate. We've had summer professional development all summer to work on strengths and weaknesses of that data. They're very similar to the school year, so that's something that's done on a day-to-day basis. Like, we're constantly looking at our data, reevaluating, making changes, putting teachers in different places and moving forward. That's not something we just look at when the MAP data comes. That's constantly when we're doing our ready, when we're doing benchmark assessment. In schooling and day-to-day, we look at that constantly and recalibrate. It's not a one done because we're constantly getting data and taking assessment. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah, so MAP is just one test in May that we look at, we recalibrate, keep on, but it's perpetual. We continue to recalibrate and evaluate what we're doing constantly. Are there any questions?
Good. I've read it.
All right, very proud of our OWL Academy, very, very successful program. Looked at the ACT scores from some of our kids that started at the beginning of summer and we should be very proud of the work that was done there in collaboration with the Mississippi University for Women and our students, so very great initiative.
How many students attended the OWL Academy?
I think 16, is that right? 16.
Is that for students at the high school?
Pardon?
Is that for students at the high
Yes,
school
it's a
level?
college program
Okay.
for students that are interested. We looked at our kids that had ACT scores that were kind of in the middle, that needed a push, that wanted to get academic exposure. And so we call those kids hungry and college, what do we call them? College prepared and, yes.
College and career.
College able, that's what we call our college able kids, and giving them that extra push by exposing them to four-year university, putting them on campus, them dealing with study habits. And so we really hope to continue that program. We started small. We bused them to MUW, and it was a great partnership.
Have we received any student feedback from that program?
Yes, we have. They loved it. And
They did?
Yeah, and MUW loved it also. Yes. Very positive. All right, that's the additional summer project. All right, I'm trying to go to the next slide. All right, we go through this monthly. These are all of our recruitment strategies for recruiting teachers.
So how are we working that plan? I mean, I'm just asking because Ms. Evans stated she was just working from the, you know, the cusp of the website. So I'm just asking how are we working that to.
So these are programs we've had for over either 6 months to a couple of years.
Right.
Yeah, so we just continue to recruit and use these as recruiting strategies for retaining and recruiting teachers.
I guess I'm confused
So
at
like our
where the
national
gap
board-
is. No, I'm aware of that. We've had this presented to us before. We're aware of that, but I was wondering where's the disconnect between what we're being presented here versus what she stated earlier.
But she's just new to the role. She's been in the business department. She doesn't, we're constantly giving her this information, going over this information. She just probably didn't know to articulate it to you, but she's very well in the program. We discussed it at length, and so, Ms. Toya, I'm sorry that I didn't detail this a little bit more, but we are constantly using these initiatives to recruit teachers.
How many teachers do we have taking advantage of the national board?
Right now, our cohort is 21 teachers.
Great, that's super.
21 teachers in the national board certification cohort.
And what's your Future Teachers Club?
Our Future Teacher Club is our high school students that are in our recruitment program at the high school level. They can start at 9th grade. They go to professional development. They have 20 hours of practicum, and we prepare them to take dual enrollment at Mississippi University for Women in Teacher Preparation Education. We had several students that take courses this year, and so we'll continue those efforts. That's our pipeline recruitment, in hopes that when they get those hours, that they'll come back and teach for the district. So we have over 20 kids in that program, 20, 25 kids in that.
Are most of your scheduled professional time for teachers after school?
No, we do have that Wednesday day that we got approved by the board a couple months ago.
Okay.
That's on the calendar. That gives them time off, professional time during the day. As we reimagine education, we have to give them more time, structured time during the day to do their job. They're having to work after school on Saturday to Sunday. It's a very hard job. And giving them more scheduled time during the day to work on MTSS and other initiatives is just good. You know, we started off with one day. We probably need to do it a lot more. You know how important that is and the roles you've had. But and after school, they're just very, very fatigued. And so we're going to work on being more open about doing some initial things with the teacher advisory to try to open that up, to reimagine education, give them more time to work on their job during the day and not after hours with their families. Other questions? Stacy? All right, those are our parent and community engagement. We do have our parent meetings coming up in the next couple of weeks. Mary just reviewed the flyers. We'll start also our war tours in August and September. But we will have informational meetings where we'll go over some extensive information with parents. I think one is at the Boys and Girls Club, and the other is where, Ms. Wilson? Townsend, oh, yeah, so, yeah. So we have three of those planned to get that information out to parents. We are in the process of using our Innovate K-12 to look at our mask options, get some of that preliminary analytical data for where we are, and we'll share that with the public and board as soon as it's completed. Those are all the meetings we've had.
Dr. Labat, I have a question pertaining to the previous slide. I see you
The
have
what? I
ward
can't hear you.
tours. The ward tours? Okay. Do you have a calendar for that
No, we
already?
hadn't started that process. We
You have
got to
not?
work with the,
So we
with-
will get a calendar?
yeah. Well, we work with the city council. We work around those calendars. As soon as we get the information, we'll get it to you all. So we've started the preliminary process of working with them. They know we're going to do it. It may end up being pushed up to October instead of September, but we'll work with the city council around their schedule to make that. Once we get it, we'll get it out.
I'm sorry, Dr. Labat, I got one question.
Sure.
For the teachers' professional development, just a question. They're gonna be doing Wednesdays? Help
Once
me
a-
with that.
Once a month.
1 to 1 o'clock, so the
I
students.
think
will-
1 o'clock is the early release day. Yes, on the calendar.
Okay.
Yes.
And it starts this year?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was on the calendar. We put that up in February.
So I guess parents are aware that the children will be coming home at 1 o'clock every Wednesday by now.
No, I haven't gotten anything as a parent. I mean, I don't know.
It's okay, I just,
Which one? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. This is the, some of the beginning of the year, information and the professional development we've done this summer. We have the, principals and district leadership participate in 3-day training. They talked about fiscal procedures, opportunity and growth. That's outside the 1-week training that we did in June. We also got principal preparation for the upcoming school year, with our principals. We've done SEL Innovative Hubs training, and prepared for each school, for each of our schools within the district. That's going well. We have talked about accountability, and we've got our first survey out about masks for Innovate K-12. And we've had professional development offered through the summer. I think the paid time has really helped increase the number of teachers that have participated this summer. They've done a great job of doing things to improve their instructional practices. The upcoming PD in July, we got co-teaching, pre-K2 foundational literacy, new teacher institute, new counselor institute, EL strategy and guidelines, and administrative final planning days. So we're going to meet again before the end of the year.
Excuse me, Dr. Labat, if you would, sort of take the mic up or
Oh,
move your
sorry.
mask. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Any other questions? And I can send you all a copy of this. I'm a little under the weather.
I think we have a copy of that, right?
You should.
Yes.
Right, now, the information for the high school parents with the time and the, what we just say? Oh, all the district, of course, with the students need to know that, once a month, the students will be getting out early. Do students know when to pick up their devices? Things like that, initiatives for the fall. What are we doing to get the information out, get the word out?
Yes,
With the changes.
We're working through that communication, meeting with principals. We have started a schedule of distributing laptops, and that information will be forthcoming. And that's our safety information. We do have some of our therapy programs for teachers and students on the agenda today for approval, as an added layer for our safe environment. The Adopt the Block is going really well, and these are some of the things that we've established for our safety protocols in the district. That's all.
Dr. LeBar. I had one question. In the July information, the annual calendar, I'm sorry, the chart, the organizational chart. Do we have that, or we?
Yes, when Dr. Brown asked for it, I told him I would get it to her by August. We'll have it for you next week. We had several positions not on there. We just finished recalibrating. So we'll be sending email within the next week, and then we'll put it up for informational purposes in August meeting. So I'll send it to you via email.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Board, do you all have any other questions? You all
Thank
set?
you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Our public information update. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good,
Doing
how are
great.
you?
I'm doing pretty good. One of the new things that we're doing right now is the Columbus Falcon, our new monthly newsletter. Last month was the first one that we sent out for June. We had 40 subscribers in June, and after pushing it on Facebook and sending out a Falcon Blast, we're up to 195 subscribers. The newsletter basically covers any events that happened already in the district or upcoming events and meetings, and kind of gives a highlight to our staff and students.
Mary, I'm sorry, I had a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Once you, because I've subscribed twice and haven't gotten anything,
Mm-hmm.
is there any way that could just be put on the website every month, or no?
Yeah, I'll work with JC on putting the current newsletter on the website, but I know that there is a way. I think I posted the actual newsletter on our Facebook page.
I'm not
in
on
case-
Facebook, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll work on getting it on the website for you guys.
Okay. I did subscribe twice, but I haven't gotten anything yet.
The first one, and the only one we sent out so far was June 20th, and the next one I'm going to be sending out tomorrow. So if you subscribed before, because according to the data, we got 100% success rate for emailing, so you must have subscribed just after I sent out the first one.
Okay.
But we pushed that out with Falcon Blast and text messages. We're trying to still increase the subscribers, and I'm going to do that at least once a week. I think we have 2,000 free subscribers until we have to pay for the MailChimp subscription, so we have a while to go. Just another highlight of since August 2021, Facebook has been our largest interactor as far as when we try to reach parents or the community members. Out of social media, Falcon Blast, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook is by and far. We have over 4,000 followers and 3,600 likes on Facebook. That's increased about 700 followers and 600 likes since August. So that's one of the main platforms that we use. We get a lot of parent interaction, especially when we post about our students and some of the achievements that they've been making. And then the other platform, Dr. Labatt talked about this just briefly about Innovate K-12 is going to be another way that we try to interact with our parents to figure out what it is that their needs are, to make sure that we're hearing them and just trying to reach everybody in every facet possible, if that makes sense. Do you guys have any questions?
Board, do you all have any questions? Dr. Schumate?
Oops, sorry. Just one thing, I mean, and I know I've said this before, I'm not on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
but our official site is the website. That's where the policies are.
Yes.
That's where, the handbooks are.
Mm-hmm.
So as much information as you can get duplicated or also on the website, which is probably where people go first, I think that would be good.
Okay, we do try to post a lot of the like news articles in a news section of highlights, like we posted the Columbus Light and Water Partnership from last meeting.
Right.
I think the athletic sign-up form or permission form is on there right now. But I'll be sure to double check any major thing that happens on social media is duplicated on the website as well.
Thank you.
One last thing, we had a communication document that I think we voted on in, did we vote on that in June? The board, and we wanted to upload it to the website. Is that possible? We were working on that, or?
Yeah, I'm working with Mr. Hempfield. He hasn't returned my call. I have some questions about it. And there's some things that we have to get corrected on there before we put it on the website.
Okay.
Anybody else have any other questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, is that the same thing for the reason why the board annual calendar is not on the website also? Yes, ma'am, it was. I understand that about the communication document if Mr. Hemphill is reviewing it, but what about the board annual calendar? You can upload it? All right, thank you. You back? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Just,
Maintenance Director, Ms. Stephen Little.
Just a few things that we've been doing this summer, just a little update. We've gone through, we've made it about halfway through most of the schools, replacing lights that are out in the hallways and in the classrooms. We just started at a school, and as soon as you walk in the door, we started. We've got, I think, 3 schools completed right now. We're doing that among the other work orders that we have. We're repairing the roof leaks in the areas that we know about. We're also repairing, we've gone around and we found some broken windows in several schools, so we've gone around and replaced those windows or we're replacing them as we find them. We're going through all the bathrooms. While we do not have any students here, we're repairing or replacing plumbing parts in there. We're repairing doors and handles to the schools and the classrooms that have not been, that are not working properly that we know about. We're working on replacing some tiles on some floors in several schools. I think the glue is coming loose in several areas, so we're going through and putting new tiles down there. We started out washing the coils, doing some PM work on our air conditioners at the schools. When it gets up to 110 degrees, you know, we're laying off that right now until it the weather drops off a little bit. You get up on the roof at 110 and it's rough. So we'll continue that. We're about halfway through the district with that. Like I say, once it cools off a little bit, we'll go through and wash the coils out the rest of the school district. We're going through looking for ceiling tiles that are either missing or look bad. We're replacing them in all the areas. We did a major painting job at Stokes Beard, the hallways. That job has been completed. I think it was the last week when they completed that job, so it'll have plenty of time to cure to the blocks before school starts. We've also been going through classrooms, light switches. We've got a tool that you can plug into the plugs for whichever ones that are not working. We're repairing them. We've been working with the architects for all the Essa projects that we have coming up in the future. We're keeping the grounds and the landscaping done at several schools that we maintain around through the district. The pressure washing of the schools will be starting soon on the outside. And we have several classrooms that we're looking at. We've got several being painted, I think 6 at Franklin right now that are being painted. And we've got a few more if we have time at Sale and I think Fairview. We have a few that we're going to try to get them painted before school starts. We're still settling into the new maintenance transportation building. We still have a few areas that we're going to need to look at in the future. As far as we're going to need some exhaust fans or something in the shop area. It just gets pretty stale in there, so we're looking at a big fan on the side wall that pull air through that shop area so they won't overheat. We're gonna be having to look for adding on a woodworking room. We have one over here at the old office that we're still using right now that has our table saws, our cutoff saws, and some drill presses and things like that, that we cannot do that stuff in the shop while, say, a bus has an axle out or something like that and shavings flying through the air. So we're gonna need to look at adding a building on or something to where we can move our equipment over there where we're at. It takes a lot of time to unlock, get in, unlock gates, and then you gotta lock everything back up. So we're looking into that. We're also looking to build a parking shed to park the trucks under. We have sometimes material that's left in the back of the trucks. So right now, we're just trying to squeeze them into the shop when we have things that are in the back of the trucks that, you know, in case of rain, we don't want them to get wet. So parking shed would be great. Right now in the maintenance department, we have one opening in the maintenance department. We have 4 maintenance technicians. We have 1 HVAC tech for this district. Usually what I do is I take one of the maintenance guys, he works with the HVAC guy. As you well know, we have several hundred, probably close to 800-900 in this district. So that really puts me down to 3 maintenance guys and 2 HVAC guys, but we have 5 grounds, 1 that stays at the football facility out there, and then the other 4. I have 3 cutting grass, and I have 1 that is specifically on the landscaping of the schools. I think that's worked out pretty good for us. Landscaping looks a lot better. If you go in front of the schools and look, it just works out better that way.
It is, it's looking better and better.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a good feeling, isn't it?
It is.
It is. when you
Getting caught
drive
up a little
by.
bit.
It's all looking so much better, thank you.
That's all I have for the maintenance part right now. Has anybody got any questions?
Yes, can I ask a question real quick? Oh, I'm sorry, go on, Dr. Schumake.
Actually, the fellow that goes around with the HVAC person, is that usually the same one?
Yes. He is also HVAC certified.
Okay, that was my
So
question.
when they do go to a building, if we have several in a building, they don't walk around together, they separate and they knock them out. Because we usually have, I don't know, it could be anywhere from 10 to 15 units in this whole district messed up in a day. So they run pretty wild trying to keep up with that.
Okay, no, that's great. I was just thinking if they've got HVAC certification over at EMCC, it might.
Yeah, well, actually, we have 4 that are HVAC certified. That is one thing that the guys that I've hired since I've been here, that most of them have that. But when you have so much other maintenance going on, if we get overwhelmed by it, I can pull one of those other 3 guys to help them out on the HVAC.
Great, thanks. Smart hiring.
It is, it is. Anybody else has any questions? Okay, I wanted to ask about, you said the Essa Projects. Is there any way that, have we already gotten it? A list of the Essa Projects that's coming up?
Go ahead.
We're going to present to the board next month the list of bids that we want to go ahead and advertise for.
Okay,
Taylor and his crew walked around our facilities with Mr. Little, making a list of the things that they know that need to be looked at right now.
okay, all right then, thank you.
So it's on the way. Anything else?
That's it, thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Y'all have a good evening.
Uh-huh. Okay, Transportation Director, hello, Mr. Robert Pate. How you been?
It's always a good day.
I know what you mean.
It's always a good day. So, like Mr. Little just said, we are, as you're aware, we moved into our new location. Transportation moved in there in January. Since we moved into this installation, we've been able not only to service the buses, but the district vehicles as well. When we had an open house, some of y'all came by and were able to see what we were doing. We're just not changing oil there. we are actually doing major mechanical work. We have buses torn apart from the engine to the wheel hubs to the entire axle. Brake works. Matter of fact, today we just took out a complete starter assembly and put a new one in, so we got a new bus, an older bus up and running. So we're trying to make do what we can. I have two guys who with me, and they work really good. They're also bus drivers. They're my mechanic assistants, and they do a heck of a job. We have 28 regular buses, and we have 4 sped buses. We are currently looking into grants to possibly look at getting the new electric buses. I've already been in contact with TVA and other agencies, and I've talked with Waters and Empire Trucking. They are 2 of the vendors that handle the electric buses for this area. I've been getting quotes and prices and trying to find out everything about the grants that we need to do to currently get these. Mississippi passed a new law this past May for bus drivers, and this is one of the things that's is going to affect us to an extent. It's the hiring and training of brand new drivers. Before, if you were to come in, you could go take a test, get your CDL permit. 14 days later, you could go and get your regular Class B license. The state and, well, actually the federal government has said that this has to change. People are getting on buses and other Class B vehicles and not being trained and having accidents. Now we have to train them for 14 days. I have to show paperwork stating that they've been trained so many hours on a bus, and we have to sign off on this. And this is before they can get their Class B official driver's license.
Okay.
We have started the process of auctioning off the old buses. My secretary has turned in all the paperwork. I believe y'all might be looking at that this evening. Currently trying to get that done. We currently have 25 regular bus drivers. These are the drivers that work every day. We have 3 sub-drivers that work every day. The sub-drivers are not the coaches that are coming in and helping out when they can. Right now, all the coaches are getting their license or have gotten their license. And so a lot of times when we need help in the morning, they're coming in and helping out, and I really appreciate of all the coaches that do that. We currently have 3 sped drivers. I've been in talk with Ms. Bailey, who's over that department, and seeing if we have to add a new sped driver for this fall. I'm not sure if we're going to have to or not. We are currently working on and creating and working on a bus matrix, and then we'll have them finished this week. I have already completed Sale, Fairview, Franklin, and the high school. The bus matrix complies, or not complies, but is listed. Basically, I took a map, and every road that's in the city, I've redone and put every address on there. And in doing that, I'm putting every bus that we have on there. That way, when we give it to the schools, they can come, when they say, well, I live on 11th Street North between 100 and 700 block, they can look right here and go, oh, that's going to be this bus right here. So all
That's
those
all
schools,
right.
all the schools will have that by the end of this week. And like I said, 4 of them
That's
have already
great.
gotten it, and the other 3 will have it by the end of this week. Any questions?
Board, do you all have any questions? Well,
I do. I have
Mr.
one
Sparks?
question in particular. You made mention about the buses that were going to be auctioned off. About a year, I want to say last year, we had like 11 buses that was questionable as to whether or not they were going to be repairable.
I have been working on some, and matter of fact, that was one of them that I got running today. That was bus number 15.
Okay.
We got it running today. We had to go in, and a lot of these are, as I stated a couple years ago, when things sit, you know what happens. And
Right.
diesels are the worst ones when it comes to it. It didn't help the fact that we've had to go in and, for some reason, I don't know why, and I'm not trying to be funny, but mice and squirrels love to eat wires. And that's one of the things I've had to, on bus 15, I spent about 2 days tracing wires
Gotcha.
just to find out what's going on with it. And turns out my mechanic assistant, he's smarter than me because he just went under the bus with a hammer and hit the starter and said, that's the problem.
Okay.
Wish I had thought of that. It would save me a lot of time.
All right.
So,
I just wanted to make sure we weren't, I mean, I just wanted to know the state of those
Right.
particular buses.
Now, some of those buses I have been working on, some of them, you know, it's a process because some of it's above my ability
Right.
with what we have. We're limited in what we have and what we can do.
Okay.
If we can work on it, we're working on it. I guarantee that. Now, I was told by this the company with the electric buses, if we do proceed to get these buses, we will have to basically destroy. If we get 6 buses, then 6 to 10 buses have to be destroyed.
Gotcha.
Okay? That includes, I'm gonna have to drill holes in the engine blocks, and, I mean, they can never be used again. So I've basically taken those buses, any parts I can get off them that are salvageable, that's what we're doing right now.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Ms. Rogers, did you want to detail a little bit more of the electric buses? Sorry.
Our district actually qualified for an in-need district. We're going to get these buses at a very small percentage of what they're worth. We're going to have funds that are able to go towards the charging units. They have speedy units that can charge these buses within 4 hours, or other charging stations that'll just charge it overnight. But it's something that we're really kind of excited about, especially because, you know, just diesel emissions, and that's something that our team has been working on, trying to figure out what it is that we need to do.
Okay, sounds great. I love that what is it? Matrix idea, the strategy that you're using. So when people wonder what bus their children are on, they can really see that. Thank you very much, Mr. Pate. Moving on to item number 5, open forum policy, BCBD. Do we have anyone? Nope. Okay. Moving on to item number 6, Office of the Superintendent, School Operations, Superintendent Travel, Dr. Labat.
In the month of June, I attended the Liberate Ed Leadership Conference in Chicago, Illinois, and discussed in detail innovative strategies that our district is currently doing and shared with districts across the country about what we can do to improve student voice, graduation rate, and reimagine education. We did discuss in detail Portrait of a Graduate, which is something that Mr. Chapman and I have discussed in detail, and making sure that that value-added program is done with students. We do extensive work as a district on innovation. We'll have an artificial intelligence facilitator this year. We have a coding facilitator. We have AP Computer Science and dual enrollment. So really working on our students telling us what they want to be once they graduate. They have a great and extensive program, and we work through the process of what the student would go through. And it has been very energizing for other districts for students to have voice and to engage in what they want to be when they graduate. And so we will be working with Liberate Ed to work on having more student voice. Our social emotional hubs have been developed by our students and teachers. And so we want to give the voice and power to the students and the teachers, the people that are in it every day. And so that was primarily our big discussion. We also talked about how we can ensure that our students are community leaders through student voice by having them actively engaged in the process of decision-making. So there's a extensive focus on student and student development. We will be working on, Ms. Wilson and Mr. Chapman have been working on this while I was gone, a student advisory board. We will start that in October. in which they will work with us and then extend to you all the voice of the students within the district. So I'm looking forward to them being able to do that. But the biggest thing from this conference was just being in the panel discussion as equity and equality issues and really detailing how important it is for students to have voice, to be engaged in the school community and the community at large, and how we can do it more effectively. I shared some of the practices, things we were doing, but it's something that we have intentionally been working on the last year for our students. Are there any questions about that? With Brad yet?
That was the Liberty Ed
Yes.
Conference in
Yeah.
Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any others?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, we are going to talk to them about creating that portrait of a graduate. I think if we can align it with their values and things they want, that's the ability for us to then have voice about what they want to be when they graduate. I think hearing from them and them developing it in their process was going to be good for. And like I told them, this is maybe not have been something that we could have done a year ago, but right now I feel like we're ready to engage in that kind of work. I am on the National Center of Education Economics Steering Committee for the district and for the country, and worked very strategically in DC to discuss narrowing our focus and dealing with well-being. It was great to really talk to superintendents across the country and the Alliance to discuss some of the similarities. We had a lot of similarities, some of the issues we've discussed. They agreed that this was the hardest year in their career in detailing the things that we've dealt with. But overall, we really dealt with social emotional wellness, which is what was the top priority for everyone across the country. We also talked about dealing with equity issues now and polarization of political issues nationally, and how we can lead change through using a conceptual model that we've used for a while in the Superintendent's Alliance, and discussing that in detail. We talked about system development in high-performing countries, what we can do to reimagine education. Some of the things that we've done here are things that have been springheaded by the Alliance, like having a pipeline, creating a career ladder for teachers doing national board certification to keep teachers in the field. They did, as extensively across the board, whether they were from California, New York, had a teacher shortage, like a lot of their positions not filled. So just know it's not good to be alone, but it is a national problem, and not filling those gaps with teachers. And we really talked about strategies on how we can get those teachers back into the field and where they're going, and trying to make some recommendations at the federal level, what we can do. Outside of that, we talked about negative experiences that student had, and we've talked about this with the district, the suicide issues, the trauma and issues that have been dealt with across the country. We're not alone in some of those increased mental health issues. Overall, we just really went over great system design for district leadership and having a voice of advocacy at the federal and state level to deal with the whole child, which is very important to us here in the district. And it was a great conference. It was great to meet with my colleagues across the country. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
Board, do you have any questions?
I do have one, and you may have said this, and I may not have heard you. I heard you speak on how you guys were talking about, encouraging or getting people ready for national boards and things like that as far as the teachers go. Did you guys discuss anything about teacher retention?
Yeah.
Keep them.
Yeah, that was a big thing. And we talked about the polarization issues, how that's driven a lot of teachers out. Couple that with COVID. And as we speak, COVID is starting to get going again. It's just been a tough year. 30% of the people have left the profession. And we're just trying to recalibrate how to bring them back in, how to get teachers back engaged. But you're praying that the teacher pay raise helped a little bit. I couldn't imagine if we didn't get the raise at the state level, how difficult it would be. We did, talk about extensively this week when I was out of town, had a meeting to talk about things like housing external factors that are unique to communities like ours, that we really have to work on it from economic and community development to keep teachers there. When there's housing and there's good jobs and in the communities, it's easier to recruit teachers. It's also when young teachers want to come to a school district, the accountability matters if they want to put children in school. And so these are things that are external that has to be dealt with community, with government, long-term, because we're not alone in the shortage, especially in school districts that look like ours, from an economic development standpoint. So there are some things that I've been working with some external parties to try to work on that. They're long-term things like medium-based housing. I mean, that's a 5-year project. That's money, that's federal government, that's government really getting involved in some of those things. But those are things that we need in the community along with good jobs in order to keep people here and allow them to stay. But it's just tough work. And, I noticed your question with the vacancies. Math has always been a high area. At one point in time in state, we only had 200 teachers in the whole state that newly just got their math certification. So with 30% leaving the field, I can't say that I'm not surprised, by our numbers. Hopefully we can work through some of these online companies and get facilitators to get them in. But 30% of the people leaving the field is tough. But we're not alone. And at the conference, even districts that have performed well in the past are having problems filling positions.
All right, board members, do you have any other questions for Dr. Labat concerning travel? Okay, the reviews are done, superintendent recommendations. Moving right along. Number 1, consideration and a discussion to approve the staff personnel items submitted by the Office of Human Resources, requesting a motion to approve.
So moved.
The motion is made by Mr. Sparks, requesting a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Brown. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Moving on to item number 7, Office of the Business Management. Office of Business Management, CMSD Business Administrator, discussion of the following items. Consideration to approve the financials. We'll look at item number 1, and I believe it's A through F that we usually approve together. I usually have it marked off for sure, but it's A through F if I'm not mistaken. Requesting a motion to approve.
So moved.
The motion is made by Dr. Schumake, requesting a second.
Second.
Second is made by Mr. Sparks. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. We're looking at item G, the monthly ad valorem collection analysis report. Do you have any questions or concerns at this time?
Almost there.
All right. Check off. Okay, we're moving on to item H, the CMSD fund balance trends. I'm thinking I need to just request a motion to go on and approve, to be on the safe side, items H, I, J, K, L, and M. Requesting a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion is made by Mr. Sparks, requesting a second. Second, Dr. Brown. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Schumake.
This is on fixed asset disposals. I'm just curious, hang on, let me find it. Right at the end of it, opening document, here we go. Okay, so all of these make sense except a couple. There's one, 024074, which is something called a Computer Think Center M700. This was purchased on June the 13th of this year, and it's been junked.
A 2-4 asset tag, that purchase date probably isn't right. If it's a 2-4 asset tag, it's gonna have been purchased probably, I would say, off the top of my head, 5 years ago, maybe.
Okay, so the date on purchase is wrong, is that what you're saying?
I'm
It
just
it
saying,
just
off the
popped
top
out
of my
because
head,
that's less
a
than a month.
2-4 asset tag is gonna be back like 5 years ago. I don't know if that's true, because I don't have it pulled up in front of me. I just know, when I hear a 2-4, I know that was purchased 5 years ago.
Okay. Sounds good. That was, it leapt out. The other one I had a question about was 030528, a PV dark powered speaker, which was purchased October 26, 2021, and it's being junked. That just seems like a short shelf life to me. With that, yeah, I'm not gonna, obviously, that's not a problem. They just leapt out because of the short shelf life. I don't even know what a PV dark powered speaker is, but.
To piggyback off of what she's saying, I do have a question pertaining to the same speaker. Being that it was purchased in October of 2021, would the manufacturer have a warranty that we may be able to check into as far as, because if it was. Okay. Gotcha. Depending on, okay, gotcha. Right, right. Okay, all right, thank you.
That's all I have.
All right. Let me find my way back to where I was. Okay, any other discussion? If no other discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Moving on to item, okay, we approved through M. Now we're at item N, Federal Programs and IDEA Monthly Financial Review. Do you have any questions concerning the review, board members?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I said bless you.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I said.
Okay, thank you.
I would have put my mask on.
Yeah, you do.
I don't
need
mean no
No,
harm.
I'm serious. I need to put your mask on, seriously. With me and all.
Okay, let's move on. Item O, FYI, annual review of the 16 section leases. Board, do you have any questions about the 16 section leases? Moving on, okay, Dr.
Yeah,
Knight?
nothing specific, but we have very few 16 section properties where we're getting any money. Do we have any idea how much maintenance and upkeep, like mowing and stuff, ballpark, it costs us every year for the ones that are just sitting there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was just curious, it's really not worth his time, because that'll take time. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Oh, don't mind. Moving to our consent agenda. The consent agenda, I'm requesting approval. And I'm going to list these items and just speak of them very quickly. Board members, for your approval, requesting consideration and approval for the consent agenda for agreements, contracts, and memorandums, MOUs, out-of-state travel, field trips, student transfers, and et cetera. Consideration, which would be number one, consideration to approve state student transfers, the community counseling MOU, the Hope Federal Credit Union MOU, EMCC dual enrollment credit MOU. Oh, and I'm gonna have to look. I'm reading an old agenda on one of my old habits, Ms. Woodard. All right, the educators and residents, which would be Mrs. Carlisle and Ms. Walker. Moving on to item 6, Accelerate Mississippi Career Coach, the grant. Item 7, Frank Phillips YMCA Transportation Agreement, Waters Truck and Tractor Maintenance Services Agreement, advertisement to surplus bus bid advertisements. Number 10, I'm still walking on through. Is this the one we took out? Yes. Okay, number 10, Cmsd, the student handbook. And thank you all for doing what we asked. I really appreciated that. Number 12, the newsletter, terms of use. Number 13, Nearpod agreement to accept the higher quote for that. Number 14, 7 mindset, teaching mindsets. Wow. All right, moving on down. Number 15, number 16, number 17, number 18, number 19. Moving on to number 20, 21, that's Mill Creek. 22, behavior health. 23, Baptist. 24, Autism Center. 25, MUW. 26, Head Start. 27, ICS. Moving on down, 28, MS Department of Rehab. 29, advertising for the dispatch. Number 30, bus turnarounds, and just go on and add discussion of the dates for us to remember in there, our athletics, extra activities, and the board meetings that are listed here. Requesting a motion to approve the consent agenda with these items, please.
So moved.
The motion is made by Mr. Sparks, requesting a second.
Second.
A second by Mrs. Young. Any discussion?
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Don, pull me back. On the student transfer request, those students that are transferring in or out, specifically in, are those people that are listed on that list, the parents already employees, or are they up for approval? Any of them
All,
already?
yeah, all of them,
Okay.
all of them are employees, current employees.
Thank
And we
Okay.
generally have to, we do that every year. They
you.
gotta
Yeah,
have
but
it.
I'm just asking, I just wondered if, do we approve the students and the parents haven't been approved? Or
No.
We never do that, right? We always do it in order.
Yeah, I know what you're asking, if they are both approved at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? If no other, I did do the motion and the second, right? Okay. Whew. All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Moving on to item number 9. Item number 9, requesting a motion to attend, the superintendent to attend McGraw-Hill Innovative Conference as a speaker in Litchfield, Arizona. Requesting a motion for approval.
So moved.
The motion is made by Dr. Schumate, requesting a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Sparks. Any discussion?
So,
Dr. Schumate?
no,
Oh, I heard you say so.
well, I was just interested in, what you're gonna be talking about.
Yeah. Our district is in a league of innovative schools, and so I just talk about all the things we've done with innovation, from technology to SEL to community. So I just go over it all. So probably some of the highlights that we see in that.
I guess I'll just add kind of, it's not necessarily a question, but just want to say that it just appears that I applaud your national efforts. They're commendable, but there are so many needs in our district. So I'm not sure how we're benefiting from, for instance, the Mcgraw-Hill. I understand the innovative schools. I know exactly what that is. But the Mcgraw-Hill part of it, how are our students being able to benefit from that?
So generally, when I go to these conferences, I'm not the only superintendent. I think for you to grow and learn, you have to get out of your bubble, out of Starkville, out of Columbus, and learn innovative things. So a lot of things we've done has come from going to these conferences and getting information. So just because I'm a speaker, I also attend the conference. And so I bring things back also. So when I speak, I also attend the conference.
Or any other questions? Discussion? Any other discussion? One thing that I would like to add to us approving continuous out-of-district conferences is that it's very important for our superintendent to be a visible leader. Visibility is of the essence, and it is critical in school improvement. Yes, it is good to represent your district, to get outside of your bubble, and very well present with other professionals on a national level. That's a incentive that you bring because you have that quality of presenting yourself in that way. My concern is the school district state, the state of the Columbus Municipal School District. Right now, I know our accountability scores and all of that are closed up. But believe me, we do basically know where they are. No one has to tell me. I can imagine that already because I've been here now for 4 years in the midst of our district. And one thing that is very important is visibility of our leaders. It has a lot to do with meeting the learning needs. We have been going through COVID for 2 years, coming out of COVID, now gradually going back into COVID. And board, as we make these decisions, let's be very mindful of the importance of growth for our district and meeting our standards. On the national level, yes, but most importantly on the state level. Our children live in Mississippi. Our children live in Columbus, Mississippi, a small town comparative to a lot of these large cities that's visited when we go to conferences, okay?
And
Our children, what's important at this point is the education of our kids, the retention of our faculties, administrators, teachers, and the involvement of parents in educating. It makes no difference. It makes no difference, people, how small we are and the fact that teachers are going all over Mississippi. Yes, they are. but we can all read and do research as well. And let's be very mindful, board, that we are the overseers of this district. Be very mindful of this. And with that, I'll request a motion to approve. All in favor,
And
please raise your right hand.
I wanted to comment also to say that I'm in the schools once a week. Mr. Chapman can confirm that. My principals confirm that. I'm in the buildings at least once a week.
That's good.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Always in the building. So I'm a very visible superintendent in the community and in the buildings constantly. Mr. Chapman, you want to speak to that?
Mr. Chapman, are you speaking to the fact that Dr. Labat is in the building? Believe it or not, I have looked at her travel, and so we know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, I appreciate your candor. You're very, hey, but I look at the travel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else has any other questions at this time before we vote? All in favor, please raise your right hand. We're looking at the travel for number 9, the superintendent to attend Mcgraw-Hill Innovative Conference as a speaker in Litchfield, Arizona. And this is, I believe, I have to click on it. I'm trying to see myself.
That's 9.
This
That's
is,
9.
we're looking at, this is 9.
Yeah, this is October 3 through 6, I think.
Yes, ma'am. October the 3rd through the 6th.
We have a review meeting that week.
I haven't looked at it. Let me look.
We do, on the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
It is.
Okay. Any other discussion, board? All in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous.
No.
Oh, it's not unanimous.
3-2.
I'm sorry.
3-2.
Who voted? I'm sorry, I can't see that.
Dr. Shoemake and Mr. Sparks voted yes. I'll write it down, Mr. Dunn. Shoemake and Sparks. Yes, sir. Said yay.
And who else?
That's it.
Okay, so it was not unanimous.
It wasn't unanimous. I misquoted. I'm sorry.
So the motion failed.
Motion failed. Moving on to number 10. Superintendent to attend the invitation only U.S. Department of Education National Digital Equity Summit in Washington, D.C. Requesting a motion for approval.
So moved.
The motion is made by Dr. Shoemake, requesting a second.
Second.
The second is made by Mr. Sparks. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. Mr. Sparks and Dr. Brown. All opposed, please raise your right hand. Mrs. Young, Dr. Shoemake, and Cox. The motion fails. Moving on. Item number 12, Cmsd Athletic Handbook. Requesting a motion for approval.
Wait a minute. You skipped rental fees.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Did I?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, number 11.
Yes.
FY 22-23 CMSD facility rental fees. requesting a motion for approval.
So moved?
The motion is made by Dr. Schumate, requesting a second.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Young. Any discussion?
I had a question about the fees. Do we know what our fees, what we used to charge, I guess, prior to COVID, or what our fee schedule was? It's
Yeah,
in there?
It was an addition, the first,
Oh,
that was added later, I think. Yeah,
oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
probably wouldn't even have
I
the
just happened to
question.
notice it. So it's,
Oh, okay. I'm one of those Sunday readers, so when the additions are made, I may miss them.
Yeah, I read on Saturday.
Okay, let's
so-
see. Okay, the motion was made, back me up. We had a motion and a second. All, any other discussion? Dr. Shoemaker and Ms.
yeah,
Young.
Ms. Young, right.
God, I'm getting hoarse.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Dr.
Yeah.
Shoemaker?
Yeah, now that we've got what it was previously last year, could we talk a little bit about why the big jump?
Yes, there has been, over the past year, and I guess since COVID, there has been, we've seen an increase in the number of requests to use the facilities, and we feel that may be part of COVID because of especially at the high school and the high school gym, where maybe it favors for the distance for allowing people to be a part of it. And so what we've discovered as we've gone through looking at this and considering this is, I know the district spent a great deal of money on repairing the floor, the gym floor a couple of years ago, which was between $30,000 to $50,000, not exactly sure what the amount was. And we also purchased a tarp to cover it whenever we have these different events. But what we've discovered, even with the activities that go on at the high school, is that it still causes damage to the floor. And even after we've resurfaced the floor the last month, I think it was in May, we've noticed that even some of the scuffs and scratches that were placed with, even with the tarp there, it has, they still remain. And so with what's gonna eventually happen is it's gonna cause the district to have to redo the floor in less years that it would if we did not have so much traffic that was going in and out on the floor. And so it will probably be about 5 years if it continues to where they have to go in and make some changes or redo the floor, which may cost that amount again. So that's kind of where we are with it, with that, the reason why we should ask for that.
Okay. Can I ask something real quick? When I'm looking at this proposal, all right, let's say if someone wants to use Union Auditorium, all right, that's the cafeteria? Is that the auditorium?
It is the, yeah.
Okay, because it says cafetorium/facilities, and then it says $400. Auditorium/gym, $800. And then security, $400, but that's a deposit for security. And they may not use the regular classrooms. So in order to use Union, the facility at Union, is $1,200?
No, it's the different, I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the individual for that particular area. It depends on how much whatever they decide to use. Normally, it's just one particular place where they decide. It's not that many areas. It's just a different prices for those particular.
Yeah, see, because Union has that cafeteria and then the stage part together. So I guess that's considered the auditorium.
Yeah, I think it's cafetorium.
So you
So
would have to
how
pay
much
for
would it
both-
be
both
for
parts.
Union?
Would you pay for both parts? I think that's what she's asking.
Yeah, because that's
it
like
kinda goes in
$1,200.
together.
I wouldn't consider paying for both parts. I don't think I have to look at it.
You gotta look
and see-
at it.
Yeah, I'm not exactly see what it is.
I don't know, I was just curious, because when you add all of that up, that's a lot of money to charge, but I know we got to take care of our facilities too, and it costs. And especially if they don't clean up and certain things like that, that you have to go in and do.
Right, because we do require our custodians to clean, because they do know what information, or what's used, or what's necessary to clean, to make sure that we protect what we have. So we do require our maintenance to go in and clean and be a part of that.
I see where, if you look at like Columbus High School, the gym is separate and the cafeteria is separate. But at Union, it's all in one. And, Franklin is separate. Sale don't have anything under auditorium. Stokes, isn't Stokes together?
No, we actually take one of those out, because if that's what they have, it's not going to be charges for both of them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we'll go in and make that change to that particular one for Union, because they do not have, we would not charge 800 and 400 for
Okay,
to
okay.
both prices.
You're gonna go in and make that change? Okay, so which one you gonna take out, at 8 or the 4?
The 4.
You gonna take the 4 out?
Okay, what about Stokes Beard? It would be the same, because they only have one.
They only have one, so we'll make that change with that one.
Yeah, okay, you gonna take the 4 out. I hear you, Mr. Chapman. Okay. All right, I understand now. Thank you very much. Oh, Dr. Shoemake, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm kind of slow here. If I wanted, say, to rent a regular classroom at any of the schools, it's $100. And I have to put down a $400 security deposit, is that correct? I'm trying to figure out the security deposit.
When we looked at this, we basically took the other one, and I don't see us putting down $400 security deposit for a $100 classroom, for a room that's worth $100. And we would look at the other one, the previous one, it was $200 for a $60 classroom, which is the deposit that you would put down. And even, so I wouldn't see, we may have to make those changes and add that information to it as what we would do for a classroom, as well as for a classroom that is $100, so that may be.
Okay. Since there's a little confusion, should we try to table this, do you think? To give you a chance, because there might be a security deposit difference for what you're renting. So we've already got a motion and a
I
second.
have a quick question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Before we table. Mr. Chapman, so if the $25 an hour for the custodian, is that at the time of the rental, the start of the rental, or is at the time of, say, for instance, if you're having an event, say you had to go in and you had to set up, you have to have that custodian on?
Right. It starts at the time they go in, because we try to have the custodians there ahead of time to make sure that everything is in place and set up, so it starts at that time.
Okay.
And even with, what we've seen with different things that have taken place, it has, sometimes those rentals, because they've rented 2 different places, sometimes they're there for hours after the event has taken place and hours after before it takes place.
Okay. Yeah.
So, Mr. Dunn,
Oh, excuse
We
me.
have to rescind.
Dr. Shoemake?
I would like to table, I move to,
Is there a motion on the
there's a motion, I made a motion.
Yeah, she
And
made the motion.
To rescind, okay.
And Ms. Young has to withdraw her second.
Okay, so I will withdraw my motion,
Okay, and I'll withdraw my second.
Okay,
so that clears it. And
yes,
then
ma'am.
I would like to move that we table this item so that Mr. Chapman and his team can sort of go over it and clear up some of the issues. Yes, sir.
That word, table,
Yes, sir.
has
Uh-oh.
certain meanings for
Oops.
Robert's Rules of Order, which
Okay.
I personally hate. And I think we're probably the only school district in the state that follows it, to be honest with you. I've been told by several, including Jim Keith, that we shouldn't, that somehow got in there long before I came along. Somebody thought it was a good idea. But anyway, when you say table, you really need to say that, we're gonna, you'll pass it rather than, because table might mean that you couldn't take it up until a certain meeting, like the next regularly scheduled meeting. So if you want to make a motion and you'll just take it off the agenda until the superintendent brings it back. If you want to do that, we've already withdrawn that, so you can make a motion to remove it from the agenda until such time as the superintendent gets answers to the questions that you have and brings it back to the board.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Okay, I move that,
What I said.
yeah, what he said.
Did you all write that down?
I would like to remove item, whatever, number 11, from the agenda until such time as the superintendent
Brings it back.
brings
before
it
the
back
board.
to the board for reconsideration.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Requesting second.
Second.
Second, by Mr. Sparks. Any other discussion? There's no other discussion. All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous.
I learned something new from it.
Okay, let me X out of here, please. Requesting, okay, nope, move on. Number 12. Requesting a motion to approve 2022-2023 athletic handbook. Requesting a motion for approval.
So moved.
The motion is made by Mrs. Young, requesting a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Brown. Any discussion?
In reading this, I don't know, the CHS assistant principals that are listed here are not the ones that Mr. Chapman went over with us.
What page is that? What, sorry.
They're on page 4.
Page 4.
And one of the persons on here was someone that wasn't voted in by the board.
Oh.
When it was submitted and what's happening now, so they can just make the edit. Yeah. We make that up.
Okay. So Darrell Jones, from what we got noted here, is Darrell Jones, Mr. Trotter, and Ms. White. All right, requesting a motion to approve. Ma'am? I've already gotten a motion and discussion. So, it appears that if we're going to approve this, my discussion then would be that, we approve it with, noting that the correction will be made. Can I say that, Mr. Dunn? Oh, man,
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Okay, I made a motion, the motion was requested, and it was, for, God, who made the motion? Ms. Young made the
Yeah,
motion,
Young
it
and
was
Brown,
second, yes, and we're in,
Dr. Brown seconded.
yes, sir, but they wanted approved, noting that the correction for assistant principals will be made.
When you say corrections, are they
There's a
just
name misprint in there, it's a misprint.
You don't have to do that. That's just
Okay.
that's a
That's just a-
clerical mistake that,
Okay.
you know, you don't have to do that. I think you
Okay.
can approve them, and we know that Ms. Woodard or whoever it is going to correct it, so.
Okay, all right. All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. Moving on. Now I'm at number 13, requesting a motion to, determination for close determination for executive session. Oh, I'm sorry. I know I'm really moving along, aren't I? Let's go back. For some reason, my head didn't start. Let me go back to this item. Let's make sure that we have this item. Sorry, Dr. Schumate. Okay, we're looking at item number 11. I didn't write it in this. I think I wrote it on my other agenda. All right.
That's what confused me earlier. I was
Yeah.
looking for that number.
Yeah, number
Yeah,
11.
Eight
So now it's number 13.
8A11 is where it's located on this.
It's number
And I'll
13
try to
now.
make this as,
Okay. Requesting a motion to approve CMSD 2022-2023 Dropout Prevention Plan.
So move.
Motion is made by Mr. Sparks, requesting a second.
second,
Second by Dr. Schumate. Any discussion?
sorry, yes. And
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I am trying to figure out what year the data comes from that's in this report.
That date is going to be from, our dropout, our graduation rate is always a one-year lag.
Okay.
So that's going to be pulled from the last assessment, which is going to be 2021. 2021,
School year 2020, 2021, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And thank you, that helps a lot. I noticed that in some of this, like the current, like when you go to district goals and strategies, expected outcomes for students under attendance goal, it increased the attendance rate by 2%. The current rate is 93%. That's the same as the previous year. Because I went back and looked at the ones, so there was no change.
We decided not to change it. If you look at 2019, we were at 80% 80% graduation rate. Then 2020, we were 71. Then 2021, 76, and then 2022, we're 83%. So we're trending in the right direction. We got some areas we need to improve on, so we decided not to change anything since we're trending in the right direction.
Okay, maybe that's why I got confused, because when I looked at the one that was done last year, a lot of things were exactly the same.
Okay. And that's why we kept it the same. With us coming into a new year, and as you guys know, last year we were at the beginning of school, kids were in and out with COVID, quarantine. So this year we should have a realistic year. We've gotten vaccines now, so we should have more kids in school, preferably less quarantine, and then that way we can actually have some real data.
Okay, super. That's all I need to know. I just couldn't quite figure out what was going on with the years. Thank you very much.
Is there any other discussion, board? All in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. The motion passes. Moving on to the item number 14.
I think is that 14 or 15 now?
I think it's 14, isn't
Is
it?
it still 14? Okay.
Yeah. It was 13. This item was 13 that was added.
Okay, I see.
Number 11 was
Yes.
13.
Gotcha.
Close determination to be 14.
Got you.
Okay. Requesting a motion, close determination for executive session.
So moved.
The motion is made by Mr. Sparks. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor, please raise your right hand. It is unanimous. We are now in close determination to discuss executive session items. We're officially back into our regular session. During executive session, the minutes were approved for June 13th, regular meeting, executive session minutes were approved, and there were no action taken on personnel matters. Requesting a motion to adjourn.
So moved.